This is CNN.
It's brought home the fact that we're all kind of mortal, here today, gone tomorrow.
Welcome to CNN's special presentation of Diana, Princess of Wales, a royal tribute. I'm Bernard Shaw. In a few moments, the coffin bearing Princess Diana will take her from her home at Kensington Palace for the very last time. And at the moment that coffin appears draped in the royal standard, there will be the sense, no matter where you are on this planet, there will be the sense of the heartfelt and tearful prayers of a nation mourning its princess. CNN will follow the horse-drawn procession step by step through the streets of London as Great Britain says goodbye. From Kensington to St. James's Palace, and then to Westminster Abbey for her funeral, and to her final resting place near her family's home at Althorp. England stands weeping. Within minutes, the body of Diana, Princess of Wales, begins its final journey. And by the tens of thousands, her countrymen and women have come. As far as the eye can see on this sunny, cloudless, but somber morning, the people of England are lining the streets of London. The people of the world are looking on. Together, all of us will watch, we will listen. Many will cry, many will pray. Soon the funeral bell will toll. Slow, measured. Once every minute, it will ring out. The sights and sounds of a day like this are seldom seen or heard, but they will always be remembered. Welcome to CNN's special presentation of Diana, Princess of Wales, a royal tribute. I'm Bernard Shaw. In a few moments, the coffin-bearing Princess Diana will take her from her home at Kensington Palace for the very last time. And at the moment that coffin appears draped in the royal standard, you will feel, no matter where you are, the heartfelt and tearful prayers of a nation mourning its beloved princess. CNN's Richard Blystone now reflects on why Diana has captured the hearts of the people.
Saturation. No wonder she's missed. She was there every day, like the stars in the sky or the fingers on your hand. Custom didn't stale her infinite variety. Like Shakespeare's Cleopatra, she made hungry where she most satisfied. Cleopatra with the Midas touch. Nobody else came close.
She was present at the function. Wherever she was, you would raise vast sums of money for the charity. Just her presence was enough.
Majesty magazine once reckoned Diana generated $23 million worth of free publicity every year just by consuming. The trainers she wore, the mineral water she sipped, the car she drove. A female generation grew up wanting to be her. News and photographs of Diana, glamorous or scurrilous, could make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Her death has made hundreds of thousands of mourners. What inspired this harvest of flowers stretched along the walls of St. James's Palace? By any normal measure, it is too much. What kind of magnetism pulls a tide of people to wait all night to sign their names? 1 million people, 1 million answers.
She just hit everyone's heart. She just was a normal person, as well as a royal. She was special.
It's just her love for, firstly, her family, and then for other people. And I think that's what we can all learn from.
The fact that she was such a very loving mother and loved children so much touched a lot of women, especially throughout the world.
I liked her caring for minorities like children and people suffering from all kinds of illnesses.
She's a mother. I could relate to her in every way.
She went and visited places, and she
went to help get rid of all the landmines. She's just wonderful.
Friends say Lady Di always wanted to be a princess, not knowing what that would mean. As she learned, we watched a gallery of Diana moments. In love?
Of course.
Whatever in love means.
Cradling a baby born to be a king. Here you see something's wrong. Pictures at a monument to love that cried, I'm alone.
And to give me the time and space.
The withdrawal from the glare. That in-your-face hairdo as Diana casts herself as the royal rebel. The stumbles and scandals, the search for a purpose. And finally, a real role in the crusade against landmines. Papers now call her the People's Princess, as though to say the people's, not the palaces. Queen Elizabeth never knew what to do about Diana's scene-stealing charisma, and in truth, there was probably little she could do. The royals were working from a 19th century script, and Diana, born blue-blooded but not royal, was not a portrait of frozen rectitude. She was fun. And today, her flaws and foibles, bitchiness, bulimia, psychic healers, only make her more human. But surely she was not human enough, saintly enough, beautiful enough, or wise enough to warrant all this. Well, no icon before her dwelt in a media culture like today's, with myriad, unblinking, unsleeping eyes. Technology's windows through which people yearn to share glamorous lives, share them all the way to the bedroom, all the way to the grave.
We wanted then to know every bit. You know, she thought, like lots of personalities, you can turn the press on and turn them off. And very soon she discovered she couldn't, that if you invite them in, then they want to stay in.
For all that power to draw, to attract, to charm, to comfort, to inspire, within the Diana phenomenon, there was a person called Diana who was trapped. A real person who loved the attention but hated the scrutiny, whose touch was comfort but whose tongue was sharp, whose quest for a new love kept going sour. The idol of millions, and one of her most devoted pursuers kept asking himself,
why she was on her own? Why did she always go shopping on her own? I mean, you see her shopping in the most exclusive parts of London, Knightsbridge, Harrods, places like that, always on her own.
For Diana the person, things went out of control early on, and despite all her efforts, stayed out of control right to that Mercedes ride. She died trying to break out of the suffocating but protective envelope that surrounds a royal. She was the daughter of her time and the creation and victim of its technologies, appetites, expectations, and obsessions.
We'll never see anything like it again. In the days of the early church, they used to have a process of canonization, making a saint by acclamation. Well, that's what we've been witnessing in London. It's been Saint Diana.
If mourning Diana evolves into a cult of Diana, the woman who's lived in everyone's house may stay with us a while longer.
We are seeing movement at Kensington Palace, where Princess Diana lived with her two sons, William and Harry. Hundreds of thousands have waited in and around this area. One of the newspapers had an aerial photograph of Kensington Garden, and there's just a cascading carpet of flowers. There you see, almost in the middle of your screen, the horses. CNN's Donna Kelly is there. She's been there all morning. Donna, so many people, yet relative stillness.
You're absolutely right, Bernie, and that's the way it's been at most of the places that I've been to. I was at St. James's and I was at Buckingham Palace, and I also am now this morning at Kensington. And for this number of people, Bernie, it's amazing the people who are here, and there's not really very much talking in a normal tone of voice. People very reverent, very somber, and I suspect that that will get even more quiet as the funeral cortege gets closer to us. We have just a bare view, I can see, perhaps of some movement from our vantage point coming toward us here at Kensington Palace. I can see some of the people on the approach to Kensington Palace who are moving more toward the fence line and toward the gate and trying to get a look of their last view of the princess as she starts this long, sad journey to her final resting place. The one thing that some people had mentioned before, too, the Queen talked yesterday in her unprecedented address of the nation united in grief, and with all the people watching here in person and on television around the world, so many people united in their love and affection of Princess Diana and coming to pay their last respects to her. She came from St. James's Palace last evening here to Kensington. She'd been resting at St. James's in the Chapel Royal all week, and then she was brought here to Kensington, her former home, to rest here. And Prince Charles and Prince William and Prince Harry came to Kensington yesterday from Scotland to pay their respects, and they did greet the crowd yesterday when they came. They were met with applause and people giving their condolences to them, handing them flowers and shaking hands with the young princes and talking to them and encouraging them and showing compassion. Yes, Bernie?
As we watch these pictures with our viewers around the world in 210 countries, a man who's written 2 biographies, Nicholas Davies, is watching these pictures, and I was looking at the expression on your face.
Well, it is the same expression across the nation. There must be many millions who can't make it today, but they will all be watching. And they will all be in a somber mood. So very, very different, Bernie, to those incredible scenes that took place in 1981 when they married, when the flags were waving and the people were cheering. Today, all of us feel as though it should never have happened.
These 6 black horses pulling the gun carriage, holding the coffin. A coffin draped with the royal standard. We remember the royal standard covering the coffin when Princess Diana's body was borne by air from Paris to London by Prince Charles. Along with these horses, 8 mounted policemen escorting the procession, as well as 12 bearers from the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery. Throughout this funeral cortege, every time 60 seconds pass, we will hear one tenor bell. Every minute, the sound of the tenor bell. Nicholas Davies, we're going to see something extraordinary when we reach St. James's Palace.
Yes, what is happening here really is that it has become a very personal funeral. Usually these great royal state funerals, as we call them, are full of ceremony, full of protocol, full of tradition. Already we can see this is changing, that it is a far more personal funeral than anyone would have imagined for Princess Diana. And that appears to have been because her brother, Earl Spencer, who she, by the way, brought up as only 18 months older, but they were very, very close when she was a child, he's insisted that it becomes more of a people's funeral than ever we would have imagined the princess to have had.
Prince Charles had a hand in expanding the funeral procession route. You can recall that police authorities were very concerned that there would be so many Britons in the city along this route that the space could not accommodate them. The police balked at the idea of expanding this by 2 miles. And through his spokesman, Prince Charles in effect said, okay, if you oppose expanding this cortege route, you are going to have to issue a public statement explaining why.
Oh, Prince Charles has acted extremely well over all this. I mean, he has taken command to a great degree. He has taken over command, and what he is doing all the time is staying as close as he can to the boys.
The tinner bell pealing again. That's one sound. The human sound is that of emotion on the streets of London. Resting gently on the standard which drapes the coffin, these white lilies from Prince Charles and sons Prince William and Prince Harry. Nicholas Davies, a question rippling through the funeral cortege route has to be, will they or won't they?
Well, I believe, as a result of yesterday, Bernie, that Prince Charles will walk behind the gun carriage, and I also believe that Prince William and Harry will walk with him. They were remarkable yesterday, Bernie. They warmed everyone's hearts. They worked the crowds there nearly as well as their mother's done 100 times before, 1,000 times before. And I feel they will want to take the last mile with their mother walking behind the gun carriage. No decision has been taken. It was going to be left to see how they could handle today. And that is why Charles said, we will wait to see how they're taking the day. If they can hack it, they will walk behind, and I think they probably will.
Along the cortege route, our reporters are watching what you are watching. Donna Kelly.
Bernie, the crowd fell absolutely silent as Princess Diana's casket went by us just a couple of minutes ago. And the crowd, immediately after it would go by, much of the crowd started to move and to follow the casket down the street. And so many people tried to get pictures of the casket as it went by in the funeral cortege. One of the people who was with us to watch, her name is Cecile. Cecile, when she went by, your thoughts?
Great sadness. So the loss of somebody who I believe was very, very special. And I think she showed us that kindness can become a way of life. And what I would like to say, that if I feel that if each one of us who's watching, who's here today, could do one act of kindness for somebody, maybe someone they hadn't thought about before, that would be a tremendous monument to her, and it would be a living thing that maybe would become a way of life.
And that is something the princess would probably like, because she acted with such kindness and compassion. Bernie?
Donna Kelly along the funeral cortege route. If you are just joining us, the cortege has moved away from Kensington Palace, where Princess Diana lived. It is moving along London's historic streets, advancing on St. James's Palace. As the procession moves here in London, the military precision is, if you will, very, very precise. The soldiers are marching at what's called dead march step, 70 paces per minute. Richard Blystone, everyone involved in this funeral cortege, officially, these soldiers, these horses, has been rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed.
That's right, Bernie. Certainly the British, we have come to expect the best of this sort of thing for the British. Curiously enough, they were not very good at it as recently as the middle of the last century, when there were many complaints during a royal funeral that the British don't do that sort of thing very well. They certainly do it well now. The men whom you see walking on either side of the casket there, the men in red with the bearskin hats, are members of the Welsh Guards. Diana, you will remember, was Princess of Wales, married to the Prince of Wales. The mounted man on the right-hand side of your screen, well, you've just missed him now, was the sergeant commanding. A couple of mounted men in the parade, and then trace bearers walking along beside. The 8 men flanking the coffin will be the ones who will carry the casket. Bernie?
The funeral cortege now passing along the southern edge of Hyde Park. Bill Delaney is at St. James's Palace along the road.
Very early in the morning. What brought you out here?
We stayed out last night. And we just wanted to get a space by the front so we could see it when she went by.
Why is that important to you to be here today?
Just to pay my last respects, say goodbye.
What did she mean to you?
She was very kind and very generous, and she gave her time to other people. And that's a lot to give.
What did she mean to you? You're just a young woman. What did she mean to your generation?
She was young and she was, I don't know, she was just a young princess. That's... I don't know what to say.
Are you related?
I'm a mother, yes.
I guess that's a relation.
Yes. No, it's very moving, and I think maybe more so for the younger ones who it came as a shock, and it's brought home the fact that we're all kind of mortal here today, gone tomorrow. I think especially so for the teenagers, the younger ones.
CNN and CNN International welcome to the coverage Christopher Hancock, a former British government official who is an expert on protocol and ceremonies. He has helped plan extensively occasions of state. Christopher, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Where are we now, and how is this unfolding?
It's unfolding very much as I had anticipated. For me personally, it brings back memories of Churchill's funeral and of the funeral of Lord Mountbatten. When we met yesterday, I spoke to you and I told you that there's a sense of grief which catches you as the cortege comes into view and precedes it a little. And watching the faces on the screen, I can see it happening today. There's that something that you can't put your finger on it at all. It's just something that precedes the coffin and catches everyone. Even the most hardened viewer of royal ceremonial is caught, and I've been watching the crowd, and as I said, there have been tears in the silence. And this was the case with the ceremonies that I dealt with before. It's now passing through Kensington Gardens area and Hyde Park.
Christopher, as we watch,
yes,
are we not seeing elements that have a very rich British history?
Royal funerals in this format, in fact, are a product of the 20th century, starting with Queen Victoria's funeral in 1901. Before that, members of the royal family were usually buried at night. But this did cause problems, and the classic problem and the interesting precedent which is being set here is at Queen Victoria's funeral, it was February, it was cold, it was icy, and the horses couldn't cope with the cobbles. And Edward VII, the new king, ordered that sailors should draw the gun carriage along, and this has been the case until now. This is a break from precedent. This is a new modern look. It's horses, not sailors, that are drawing the coffin today.
Christopher, we're going to check in with Fionnuala Sweeney. She is at St. James's Palace. A short while ago, Nicholas Davies and I were wondering about whether or not Prince Charles and Princes William and Harry would follow in. Fionnuala?
Well, the latest information that we have, Bernie, and that is, of course, subject to change, but the latest information that we have is that when the funeral cortege comes down the mall here and stops to my right at St. James's Palace, it will be joined by Prince Charles, Prince William, the Duke of Edinburgh, and Diana's brother, Earl Spencer. That's the latest information we have. Prince Harry, 12 years old, apparently not going to make that last mile following his mother's coffin down towards Westminster Abbey. So just once again, the latest information we have, and subject to change, is that Prince Charles, Prince William, Duke of Edinburgh, and Earl Spencer, Diana's brother, who is expected here imminently, will follow the coffin down the last mile, through Horse Guards to the right, and then through on to Westminster Abbey. Bernie.
Christopher Hancock, the tenor bell every 60 seconds as the cortege moves down the streets here.
Yes, that's correct. It's a normal practice which has been, in fact, employed for about 700 years. It's recorded that at the funeral of Queen Elizabeth I, the same bell was heard marking the days of her life. And it's a normal practice that I would have expected to take place. If the Princess of Wales had become Queen and this had been a slightly bigger funeral, then Big Ben would have also tolled throughout the procession, as it did for King George VI and Winston Churchill, but not for Lord Mountbatten.
Christopher, let me interrupt you for
Yes,
just
sir.
a moment to make note of some very well-known faces, as many more will be coming. Actors Tom Cruise, Tom Hanks, director Steven Spielberg, and earlier you may have seen Sting. And also Nicole Kidman.
Sorry.
Prime ministers, ex-prime ministers.
Former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and her husband, Sir Dennis.
Splendor.
Among those in this throng, Donna Kelly has someone who knew Princess Diana. Donna?
Bernie, thanks. We're outside Kensington Palace once again, and Julian has joined us. He played piano for Diana on a Red Cross concert in 1995. Did you actually get a chance to talk to the princess?
I did. It was a wonderful day. She came in. We were all presented as the people who were performing in the concert, and she actually said to me, she said, "Did you bring your record with you?" And I said, "Well, I was a bit taken aback," and I said, "No." And she said, "Oh, it's a shame. We could have given it to everybody in the room."
How was she in person?
Very natural. I remember so well. I played Chopin's Fourth Ballade. And I remember so well, a very strenuous piece to play, and I came and bowed afterwards, and she was smiling up at me, looking with very simple appreciation. I remember it so well, very clear to me.
Did she talk to you about how important it was, the work that she was doing with the Red Cross?
Well, it was clear for so long how important that cause was. So it was actually the 125th birthday of the Red Cross. She'd come to make the event.
Certainly one of the things that the princess will be remembered, her work for charity. Bernie?
Thank you, Donna. The coffin and the cortege continues moving very methodically. Just to the south of Hyde Park, it is going to be leaving that area. It will go through the archway onto Apsley House, under the Wellington Arch, then up Constitution Hill to Buckingham Palace, and then St. James's Palace. The cortege now has moved away from Hyde Park Corner, and ultimately here, Westminster Abbey, of course, is where it will be coming to a halt. Christopher Hancock, mourners specially invited, upwards of 2,000, are slowly making their way into the Abbey. What happens?
Well, they will be shown to their places. The thing that fascinates me is the cross-section of people who are arriving, from Baroness Thatcher, a former Prime Minister, to Sting, etc. It reflects the huge range of Princess Diana's interests during her lifetime, and I'm sure it's something that has never ever been seen before at a royal funeral, not to that width. Historically, of course, people have always been invited, but they were usually the great and the good, and this makes this something very different. But the precedent was set at Lord Mountbatten's funeral when it was insisted from the highest level that members of his ship's crews and members of the Burma Association should be inside the Abbey and not blocked outside, and I think that was right. And I think it's right in this instance for Princess Diana to be buried or prepared for burial in the presence of those she knew well. The interesting thing is that her coffin is now approaching Apsley House at Wellington Gate. The Duke of Wellington had one of the biggest state funerals ever when he died in the mid-19th century, and it passed through this gate and in front of Apsley House on its way to St Paul's Cathedral. And there are hundreds of wonderful paintings and prints of that event, and I'm sure there will be of this. It's a moment of great history. 150 years later, a beautiful young woman is following in the steps of a very old, very venerable politician.
History indeed, as we look inside Westminster Abbey. Along this cortege route, historic building after historic building. Whitehall, one of them. Martin Savage is there.
Bernie, we're on the street level here at Whitehall among the people, and the view is perhaps not the best, but if you want to get the feeling of what it's like to be here, this is exactly the sort of spot you want to be. These two young ladies have brought with them flowers. There are so many people that are scattered amongst this crowd that have brought these flowers, and no one's quite clear exactly what they intend to do with them. Let me ask, you hope to use them in some way. Tell us how.
Yes, in fact, what we plan to do is when the coffin goes down, we wanted to actually throw them out, but we've actually decided that probably wouldn't be very practical and advised not to, so we're going to go down to the Abbey after and leave them there. But this is an extremely sad day for the country and the world.
Hold them up so we might see them. To point out here, though, the crowd has been told that they shouldn't throw anything towards the procession, but in fact, no one really knows exactly what is going to happen when the procession goes by. All of this has been rather spontaneous, and that spontaneity continues, even as the funeral does. Bernie?
Thank you, Martin. Wherever you are watching in the world, if you are just joining us, the cortege, the catafalque, the gun carriage, and the coffin containing the body of the Princess of Wales continues moving slowly through the streets of London en route to Westminster Abbey. At Westminster, Brent Sadler.
Thanks, Bernie. The VIPs are continuing to file into the Abbey. We've seen here over the past 30 minutes or so the actors Tom Cruise, also Tom Hanks and Nicole Kidman, and a short time ago the arrival of the singer Diana Ross, reflecting Princess Diana's relationship with the star-glittered world of Hollywood. I'm now joined by Tony Tolman, who cycled here in the middle of the night to see this event. What do you make of what's unfolding here before you now? It is rather an epic event, isn't it?
Well, I hate to confess I'm 50 years of age and I have never experienced anything like it in my whole life before. I just cannot express my feelings.
Thank you very much. Bernie, back to you.
Thank you. Brent Sadler. The many charities that Princess Diana was involved with have representatives who will be joining in once the funeral cortege reaches St. James's Place. Throughout the past few days, we have talked to many people, and representatives of these various charitable groups have expressed complete ecstasy that they are going to have a chance to express their appreciation, to express their love for the work of Princess Diana by actually being in the funeral cortege. We're just looking at some of these representatives. We are looking at the representatives of some 500 charities who were very, very pleased to know the Princess of Wales because she worked so tirelessly for causes ranging from groups involved with combating AIDS to, of course, her work through the American Red Cross, or through the Red Cross, in a push for the removal forever from this earth of landmines. One thing that happened that was very remarkable earlier in the week, Buckingham Palace announced that there would be a memorial fund, officially called the Diana Princess of Wales Memorial Fund. And ever since Diana's death in Paris on Saturday night, hundreds of thousands of dollars have been flooding into London from around the world. And most recently in her life, Princess Diana was patron or president of 6 charities, and as we say, through the Red Cross, she had launched the Landmines campaign. But all the charities this woman touched are represented in the men and women we see moving slowly in this sad procession. As we watch the cortege move, this is Mohammed Al Fayed and his wife, Mr. Fayed, of course, the father of Dodi Fayed, who was with Princess Diana the night they died in the Paris accident Saturday night. I was going to say that there is so much going on along the cortege route. CNN's Richard Blystone talked with a woman who was watching the procession and trying to do something else. Let's listen in.
Good morning.
Hi.
How are you?
Okay.
What kind of day is this for you?
Very, very sad. Very sad.
Was Princess Diana really part of your life in some way?
Yeah, very much part of our lives.
In what way?
In every way. In every way. She is the royal family. She really is.
Can you tell us what you're writing?
I'm just thinking while I'm sitting here what I'm going to write. I don't know. I'm just thinking while I'm sitting here.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
Can you read it to us?
It just says the people's princess should always be remembered forever.
Opera singer Luciano Pavarotti, he was so overtaken upon hearing the word of Princess Diana's death that he simply could not sing in London. And a few days ago, Wednesday, his office sent word that while he would not sing at Diana's funeral, he would be here. He is here. At this kind of occasion, no one wants to be late. The funeral for Princess Diana will begin in 1 hour. And here at Westminster Abbey, dignitaries and friends continue arriving to be in place. All of this has been timed meticulously. And even though the soldiers are moving out at 70 paces per minute, all of this has been timed. The Very Reverend Jonathan Jennings of the Church of England is here. It was good to see you earlier, about 2 hours ago, and as we get closer to this funeral, talk to us, please, about what is going to happen. Has there been a combining of liturgies?
I think what we've seen has been an incredible job of work, as takes place with any funeral in any church in England, of trying to meld together the wishes of the families involved with the requirements of the liturgy. And at every stage in the process, consultation will have been taking place between all those responsible for making sure that this very special and solemn occasion passes off in exactly the right way. It's been a huge effort, and what has been produced is a form of service that will be both emotional and yet solemn and serene, and give Diana, Princess of Wales, the kind of fitting, solemn, liturgical commendation that's called for.
The Dean of Westminster Abbey, the Very Reverend Wesley Carr, and coming in now, Diana's mother, Frances Shan Kidd. She came in from Scotland 2 days ago, and last night she attended a very moving mass celebrated by the Roman Catholic Church. She converted to the faith 3 years ago. Moments ago I misspoke. I said that Prince William will be 13. I think he'd rather resent that. He's 15 years old. His brother, Prince Harry, will be 13 in a week. Queen Mother now moving slowly in her car towards Westminster Abbey. Diana's funeral cortege now moving past Horse Guards Parade. This is the site of the annual Trooping of the Color, a military ceremony which takes place annually on the Queen's official birthday, the second Saturday in June. Two sons, Princess William and Harry, walking behind their mother's coffin as the procession continues moving methodically towards Westminster Abbey. The funeral will get underway in 20 minutes. Horse Guards Arch as the procession continues, making its way towards Whitehall. Sarah Ferguson now being escorted into Westminster Abbey. Prince Andrew there on the right. The young ladies, the daughters of Sarah Ferguson. They're being greeted by the very Reverend Wesley Carr, Dean of Westminster Abbey. As mourners continue very briskly taking their place inside Westminster Abbey, those inside are beginning to hear the strains from the New World. This is the slow movement from the Ninth Symphony of Antonin Dvorak. For the first time in the history of Great Britain, the Union Jack is at half-mast atop Buckingham Palace. Normally, the Royal Standard, indicating that the sovereign is inside Buckingham Palace, would be atop. There was great controversy. Queen Elizabeth was criticized. People wanted to see a symbol of national grief, a symbol rather, and they felt that the flag flying at half-mast is what it should be. There has been a compromise of protocol here. In this country, the sovereign is never dead. You've heard the expression, long live the king, long live the queen. And Buckingham Palace was very concerned about this precedent. So the compromise was this. Once Queen Elizabeth left Buckingham Palace, then the Union Jack would be lowered to half-mast. But this morning, as the funeral service approaches in some 14 minutes, the world's minds are on what we are watching and listening to. The Queen Mother in her car slowly making its way to Westminster Abbey, as well as Queen Elizabeth II. The flowers atop Princess Diana's coffin. There's a card. There is one word. Mummy.
We love you, Diana! Always.
Now in the Abbey.
The Queen Mother and her daughter, Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of England, being escorted by the Dean of Westminster Abbey, the Very Reverend Wesley Carr. And the Very Reverend Jonathan Jenkins of the Church of England has been here watching all this. And you and I have been looking at what viewers around the world are seeing and also looking atop Westminster Abbey.
Yes, the flag that's now flying is the Royal Standard, which indicates Her Majesty the Queen is now in attendance at her church. Westminster Abbey is a royal peculiar, and as such, in some senses, belongs to the Queen. It's her chapel. It's also a chapel to the nation, and it's where the momentous occasions of the nation's life are marked. So it's fitting that her flag, the Royal Standard, should be at full mast atop the Abbey's towers.
The Queen Mother, they have just come through the Great West Door.
That's right. They're passing now the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, which is just on the floor there. It's ringed by poppies, as it always is. The Queen now being escorted eastwards towards the Sacrarium, the place in the Abbey where there's a crossing. It would be called a crossing in any other cathedral. Here it's a Sacrarium. Underneath the lanterns, and the royal family will be escorted to one side of the lantern, and the Spencer family will be escorted to the other, and the coffin will rest in the middle.
This is Johann Pachelbel, canon. The Queen Mother showing that this day will not deter whatever infirmities she has endured. She is 97 years old, and we have just seen her come down the aisle at Westminster Abbey with a cane, but coming down under her own steam. The funeral cortege of Diana, Princess of Wales, is coming around now Parliament Square as the Queen Mother continues making her way to her position here in Westminster Abbey. If you are just joining our coverage, as Princes Harry and William continue walking with father and grandfather behind the coffin of Princess Diana, the funeral will begin in less than 8 minutes. And I want to, before he leaves us, thank the Reverend Jonathan Jennings of the Church of England for joining us and helping us understand the symbolism and what is happening inside Westminster Abbey this morning as the funeral gets underway very, very shortly. And let me share with our audience a bit of education you gave me. The funeral cortege now here at Westminster Abbey, having begun the journey some time ago this morning, beginning at Kensington Palace.
smooth mountains.
Commercial was to begin airing, and of course was immediately pulled upon news of the events in Paris.
She and Prince Andrew are said still to be extremely close friends despite the difficulties in their marriage, and we'll probably see that exhibited throughout the day today.
Procession is now passing through one of the phases where, well, it's coming out of it now. The reason for that period of silence was that there are obviously microphones along the route set up to pick up the sound of the hoofs and such sounds from the crowd as may be heard. And they're not everywhere, and sometimes the sound fades a bit, as it did just then.
Actually, we've just gotten reports that police are now estimating there are about 4 million people in central London. This may be a bit smaller, it's hard to imagine, but a bit smaller than originally estimated in the last several days, because people may be afraid of access. There have been so many warnings in the last 48 hours about not using cars, not using the tube, the underground service, because of the crowds, that it may have kept some people away, but 4 million in the central city.
Now said to be 72 roads and streets said to be closed. Central London is virtually closed to motor traffic.
And of course, there's some 26,000 members of the Metropolitan Police. They're all on duty. Scotland Yard canceled all leaves. They're all on duty.
There, of course, is the Royal Standard flying above Buckingham Palace, which will come down when she departs and will be replaced, we're told, by the Union Jack, which will, in an unprecedented gesture, be flown at half-staff.
And it would seem, Britt, as though the royal family is now waiting outside the gates of Buckingham Palace for the cortege to pass by, so quite literally paying respects in a deeply personal fashion, in a way that is sure to be commented on, the length and breadth of the land.
And of course, as the cortege passes Buckingham Palace, that is when individuals will join the procession and walk behind it. And there will be an amazing array of individuals. A little girl, Holly Everson, will be joining the procession. She met Princess Diana, in fact, at one of Pavarotti's concerts. As we're continuing to see pictures here of the mourners. But this little girl was a cancer patient who was befriended by Princess Diana, and she's now, after many operations, in recovery and wanted to be here and was invited to walk behind the cortege.
The Welsh Guards there following the gun carriage with those enormous fur hats, the busbies, and they will be acting as pallbearers once the coffin reaches Westminster Abbey.
Now we see the arrival of the First Lady, Hillary Clinton of the United States. She, of course, came over from Martha's Vineyard, where she and the President had been vacationing. And as we said earlier, she was considered the appropriate representative from the United States, but also she and Princess Diana met on several occasions. And Hillary Clinton has been quoted about the princess, and apparently they enjoyed a friendship between the two of them, as well, of course, as with President Clinton himself.
This is a quite remarkable moment as the gun carriage passes the royal family standing outside Buckingham Palace to pay respects to Princess Diana. suspect is going to be seen by many people in Britain as the royal family making the fitting tribute to Princess Diana that perhaps they could have done earlier in the week.
Simon, I had wondered if perhaps the royal family would fall in behind the procession, but I see not.
Looks like they're heading back into Buckingham Palace, presumably to get into some limousines and then head to the Abbey.
No sign yet of the boys or the prince, is it?
No,
if
that's
I'm not
correct.
mistaken.
That's correct.
Which I have a feeling tells us something, that we're going to see them. I'm just guessing, of course, but the skirl of a bagpipe. I wonder if that's in the crowd or where that's coming from. This was not to be any formal music accompanying this.
You see the flowers on the front of the casket, the cortege, the small grouping of flowers. You noticed a card sticking out of that, and in the front of the card it says Mummy, obviously from her children. As they make the turn from Buckingham Palace, it is 1 mile to Westminster Abbey. This was to have been the original length of the procession, but of course was increased to over 3 miles, really at public demand.
Yeah, and you can see by the crowds we've seen, Catherine, that it was clearly wise for the planners to have done so, because it would have been impossible for people to have seen what in any numbers, and it would have been an unfortunate and further public reaction, it strikes me, to that.
We actually see Prince Charles and the 2 boys in another shot that looks like they may be coming out.
Earl Charles Spencer, Diana's brother, is with them.
Who, of course, is to join. There we are. There we've got the picture. So it looks like all of them will be joining the procession. I would expect. Certainly Earl Spencer was to do so, as with Prince Charles, and the boys are with them. There, of course, on the right, Prince Harry, who will be 13 in about 10 days, and Prince William there in the back at 15.
Taller than his father, it seems, and noticeably taller, it seems, than his grandfather, the Duke of Edinburgh, who just passed around his right. How unutterably sad for those two boys.
Princess Diana and both she and Prince Charles have, as the world has watched, done such an extraordinary job with these two young men, given the difficulties they have already encountered in their life, the trouble in the marriage, the ultimate divorce. But have done such an amazing job protecting them, asking the press to let them be, to let them vacation and spend time away from the camera's eye, having to step forward so publicly at this time. For some time, though, many people have been remarking on Prince William, how much he has, well, how quickly, I guess, he has matured, that he is a very serious young man who, prior to this, already seemed to be taking the weight of the world on his shoulders.
I wonder if the owner of that dog whose barks we could just hear recognizes that his dog's sounds are being heard around the world.
About the problems facing the monarchy and the public reaction to the royal family in the last couple of days, it is also worth remembering that Princess Diana was not trying in many ways to bring down the monarchy, that she wanted to see Prince William succeed to the throne.
And if anything, she was trying to modernize the monarchy.
Yes, yes, and taking the children to Disneyland.
There's a close-up, a wonderful close-up of Prince William.
Yes.
It's worth noting, and we may have to do this again, Catherine, that there will be in the church, in the Abbey, no close-ups, we're told, allowed of members of the royal family during the service.
Or the Spencer family,
the
yes.
Spencer family, and that is what the British pool representing the broadcasters has agreed to. As it's of course possible they will break that agreement, but one suspects not, so that these shots we see or have seen of the family may be the closest shots we see. Obviously a great focus and interest in this country and elsewhere on those boys.
Well, Princess Diana really made a point of bringing them out and trying as best she could to let them lead a normal life, very different from the life Prince Charles had as a child, raised as a royal and to do his duty from childhood, whereas as these young men ate at McDonald's and were taken to Disneyland.
You know, I thought being a Roman you didn't have to eat at McDonald's.
But as she tried very hard to expose them to the broader world.
watching special coverage on Fox News, Farewell to a Princess, the funeral of Princess Diana.
The volunteers now from representing many, many charities, I believe 101, have now come behind the princes and joined the procession as invited members of the procession on its way to Westminster Abbey.
For the benefit of viewers who may just now be joining our coverage, the five princes and the Duke of four princes, and well, excuse me,
and Earl Spencer.
And Earl Spencer. Mm-hmm. It is Prince William, Diana's elder son, Prince Harry, her younger son, the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, and Earl Charles Spencer, Diana's brother, have joined the procession as it passed, just after it passed Buckingham Palace, and they have now been joined behind them by this knot of people who, as you noted, Catherine, represent some 101 charities.
5 from each, so you've got some 500 plus people added to the procession.
Who were affected by Princess Diana in her charitable undertakings. You see now the faces, this tableau here, a sample of the emotion that the passage of this casket has evoked in the mourners along the route.
In fact, we received word that there were several mourners outside Kensington Palace that have collapsed with grief, and of course,
perhaps with fatigue as well.
Yes, but London has been prepared for this with everything from water stations to various medical aid tents around to try and cope with this many people. Many people will remember seeing this passage in 1981 when then Lady Diana was on her way to be married to Prince Charles.
Simon Marks, as we
let's just show
watch here, we see that Princess Diana's two sisters and her mother, Frances Shand Kidd, have arrived now at Westminster Abbey.
It's Lady Sarah McCorquodale and Lady Jane Fellows, I believe,
who will both have readings during the service. Her mother has come down from the small island on which she lives on the west coast of Scotland, very near the famous Isle of Skye. And she has recently converted to Catholicism and is said, in all accounts, to be dealing with her grief at Diana's death in an intensely religious way.
And then behind them were Diana's nephews and nieces. So these are the members, then, of the Spencer family arriving. Prince Charles, standing next to him, Prince Harry, then Earl Spencer, Diana's brother, and Prince William. Many wonder whether or not that young man will succeed to the throne instead of Prince Charles. Certainly there had been a push by Diana at one point that take place. And of course, closest to, on the left of your screen is Prince Philip. Simon, we spoke earlier about the extraordinary reaction of the British people to the boys, to her sons, and their decorum through all of this. Just amazing to imagine at age 15 and age 13 the pressures and responsibilities that have descended on these two young men.
Utterly extraordinary, Catherine, and I think the images that we're seeing now are only going to add to the feelings that were being expressed all week, really, that these two young men really represent the future for the royal family, if it has one. There have been some very significant voices here this week suggesting that perhaps Prince Charles will not follow the Queen, but in fact Prince William will somehow find that there will be a method found for Prince William to succeed her. Here you see the Queen beginning to leave Buckingham Palace by car. And shortly that royal standard will be brought down and replaced by the Union Jack, which will fly at half-staff until midnight. Interesting too, I think, Catherine, that the men of the royal family are here walking behind the gun carriage, including Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, who himself had extremely difficult relationship with Princess Diana. This really an effort, I think, by the royal family to be seen united in grief. No surprise, really, that the Queen isn't walking and that the other members of the royal family aren't walking, but the fact that you have Prince Philip there with Prince Charles and Prince William and Harry, really reflecting, I think, the fact that the royal family wants to be perceived to be united in grief over this.
All right, Simon, the Queen Mum is arriving. Of course, Elizabeth II's mother, much beloved by the British people. It's interesting, though, that she, like Diana, was of nobility but not royalty when she married George VI, and apparently had much the same difficulty as Princess Diana. She was perceived in those days before the marriage and thereafter as very open and effervescent and reaching out to the people in a sometimes inappropriate way, and received a lot of the same criticism.
That's correct. Perceived to have far more humanity than other members of the royal family. Perhaps the event that's most often cited in her life is when, during the Blitz, during World War II, she went into the East End of London and said to her aides, "I have to go there because I need to be able to look the East Enders in the eye." Just one reason, I think, why she, like Princess Diana, proved, and in the case of the Queen Mother continues to prove, to be so popular among the British people.
And it was sad because those two had had a falling out, obviously, with all of the difficulties surrounding the divorce, and the Queen Mum did not approve, as with the rest of the royal family, of many of the actions taken by Diana, and certainly her independence. And yet, in so many ways, when looking at the two, there were a number of parallels, and they have been consistently the most popular, the favorites among the people.
A clash of generations, in a way, Catherine, over how to interpret the sense of duty, and I think that perhaps lies at the heart of the difficulties the Queen has experienced this week.
The Duke and Duchess of Kent have arrived at the Abbey. The Duchess of Kent, of course, is familiar to tennis fans the world over as the member of the family as the member of British aristocracy who presides at Wimbledon, the great and still premier tennis tournament in the world. And the last one played on grass.
remember, again, hearkening back to 1981, that it was, in fact, the Queen Mum who, as some would say, suggested then Lady Diana as the bride for Prince Charles.
Many have believed, of course, Catherine, that he married her because his family wanted him to. Although it was certainly hard for people who saw the pictures and accounts of the romance and the wedding not to think that he wouldn't have been crazy about her, and perhaps at the time he was.
Now, staying there at Clarence House with the Queen Mum, there were words reported by Diana when she left Clarence House that she felt like the lamb going out.
Hearing a cheer going up apparently for the arrival of Princess Margaret.
And just days before the wedding, of course, she apparently had found a bracelet he intended to give to Camilla Parker Bowles. And
Simon, tell us. Simon, give us a sense. Where are we in this parade now, in this procession?
We're heading down Whitehall. We've just passed the Cenotaph, which is the scene of the annual remembrance ceremony for World War II and World War I. We're heading down Whitehall, past Downing Street, towards Parliament Square, the Palace of Westminster, Big Ben, and then Westminster Abbey.
You can see there that Sarah Ferguson and the children, Eugenia and Beatrice, have arrived to applause. She also was seen as a bit of a renegade by the royal family, and as we said earlier, lost her title with the divorce of Her Royal Highness.
There you get a sense from that applause, Catherine, that perhaps, for whatever reason they may have decided to do it, the prince's decision, along with Diana's brother, to walk behind the coffin has had at least one of the desired effects.
We just had a shot of the Union Jack at half-staff, as we've described during the morning. That is unprecedented, the first time that has ever occurred. The Royal Standard coming down, you can see there, to be replaced by the Union Jack.
Which, as you note correctly, Catherine, is flying at half-staff all over town.
Yes.
Already.
This, of course, is a shot of the top of Buckingham Palace. People wanted to see this.
There it is. And that is the first time that's ever happened. Now, the cortege will soon pass Downing Street, which until very recently, of course, number 10 has long been the residence of the Prime Minister, and for many years, it was an ordinary street in London that you could just walk up and walk past the house if you chose to. But in the age of terrorism, that is no longer so, and that is now a gated street, that block of Downing Street. There's what you described earlier, Catherine, those flowers. That is so very touching.
With all the things that attracted people to this woman, whether it was her glamour or charm or work with charities, it still was always topped by her obvious love of those boys and being a mother.
And it was said in recent years to be the one area in which her relationship with her former husband was not so strained, that they worked at cooperating in the rearing of those boys and had a little peace between themselves, at least on that front. Here obviously is one of the roles is that bringing Queen Elizabeth. Simon, what is that monument?
That's the cenotaph, Britt. That's where the remembrance ceremony takes place every year for the 2 world wars. Always bathed in flowers of some kind. Today, of course, even more relevant than usual. So the cortege is now passing down Whitehall. It's left number 10 Downing Street behind it. All the buildings that line either side of this street serve as government ministries, part of the civil service.
Yes, obviously we're just moments away from the cortege arriving at Westminster Abbey. And the senior members of the royal family, those arriving by car, are here. So you can see Queen Elizabeth.
Yes.
Queen Elizabeth II stepping out of the car. And the Queen Mum just behind her. An extraordinarily popular figure with the family and has remained so for so many years.
Catherine, imagine that woman is 97 years old.
And her birthday every year is such a celebration for the British people.
Simon, who greeted them? Is that Dean Wesley Carr of Westminster? Do you know? Yes, that is Dean Wesley Carr of Westminster. He will preside. He will be one of 2 clerics who will preside at this service, the other one being George Carey, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and a very public figure.
As the gun carriage approaches Westminster Abbey, we talked about the 2,000 invited guests, but there are several very large screens that have been set up in Hyde Park, giant television screens that will show the funeral and show the proceedings to the crowds that have assembled.
As you see the Queen being escorted through the Abbey, we hear some music from inside. because it was the theme music of the film Terms of Endearment, which of course was a huge hit and popularized that particular piece of classical music. This service about 5 minutes away. It's worth reminding viewers that the rules as agreed to by the television pool and the organizers of this service are that there are to be no close-ups of members of the Spencer family or members of the royal family during the service.
Welsh Guards that you're seeing there that carried the casket from Kensington Palace will now be responsible for moving it into Westminster Abbey.
And as we've noted, those guards will take the unusual step of removing their bearskin hats, the famous busbies as they're called.
The Welsh Guard has come in from Northern Ireland where they were on duty there this week to participate. All right, now we are going to be listening to the very Reverend Dr. Wesley Carr. He's the Dean of Westminster.
We are gathered here in Westminster Abbey to give thanks for the life of Diana, Princess of Wales, to commend her soul to Almighty God, and to seek his comfort for all who mourn. We particularly pray for God's restoring peace and loving presence with her children, the Princes William and Harry, and all her family. In her life, Diana profoundly influenced this nation and the world. Although a princess, she was someone for whom, from afar, we dared to feel affection, and by whom we were all intrigued. She kept company with kings and queens, with princes and presidents, but especially we remember her humane concerns and how she met individuals and made them feel significant. In her death, she commands the sympathy of millions. Whatever our beliefs and faith, let us with thanksgiving remember her life and enjoyment of it. Let us rededicate to God the work of those many charities that she supported. Let us commit ourselves anew to caring for others. And let us offer to him and for his service our own mortality and vulnerability.
That's Lady Sarah McCorquodale, Diana's older sister.
If I should die and leave you here a while, be not like others, sore undone, who keep long vigils by the silent dust and weep. For my sake, turn again to life and smile, nerving thy heart and trembling hand to do something to comfort other hearts than thine. Complete these dear unfinished tasks of mine, and I, perchance, may therein comfort you.
were listening. We were listening to Lynn Dawson, the soprano, singing one of Princess Diana's favorite pieces of music, we understand. That was Verdi's Requiem. And now we are going to be hearing an anonymous poem that will be read by Lady Jane Fellows, the eldest sister of Princess Diana. Lady Jane's husband is the Queen's personal secretary.
For those who wait. Too swift for those who fear. Too long for those who grieve. Too short for those who rejoice. But for those who love, time is eternity.
This is a hymn adapted from the Lord's Prayer, from the 23rd Psalm. The Right Honourable Tony Blair, Prime Minister of Great Britain.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains, and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not love, it profiteth me nothing. Love suffereth long, and is kind. Love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth. Beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love.
Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile. This torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. set in, and your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
A beautiful tribute by Elton John. Goodbye, England's Rose. We will now hear a tribute by the Earl Spencer.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. For such was her extraordinary appeal that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world, via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young, and yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without, and we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not to need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends. but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we'd been transported back to our childhood when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this: a girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you are steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born, and will always respect and encourage them in their royal role. But we, like you, recognize the need for them to experience as many different aspects of life as possible, to arm them spiritually and emotionally for the years ahead. I know you would have expected nothing less from us. William and Harry, we all care desperately for you today. We're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine. I would like to end by thanking God for the small mercies he's shown us at this dreadful time, for taking Diana at her most beautiful and radiant, and when she had joy in her private life. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister, the unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
Well, Charles Spencer could not hear it inside the Abbey, but his remarks were applauded in the street by the mourners who were gathered outside and hearing him on loudspeaker, especially those. And there you see them inside and outside the church. You see the applause. The applause occurred as well outside, especially in his remarks about the paparazzi and the press. Prayers will now be led by the Right Honorable Dr. George Carey, Archbishop of Canterbury. Dr. Carey, Archbishop of Canterbury.
We give thanks to God for Diana, Princess of Wales, for her sense of joy and for the way she gave so much to so many people. Lord, we thank you for Diana, whose life touched us all, and for all those memories of her that we treasure. We give thanks for those qualities and strength that endeared her to us, for her vulnerability, for her radiant and vibrant personality, for her ability to communicate warmth and compassion, for her ringing laugh, and above all, for her readiness to identify with those less fortunate in our nation and the world. Lord of the loving, hear our prayer. We pray for those most closely affected by her death, for Prince William and Prince Harry, who mourn the passing of their dearly loved mother, for her family, especially for her mother, her brother, and her sisters. Lord, we thank you for the precious gift of family life, for all human relationships, and for the strength we draw from one another. Have compassion on those for whom this parting brings particular pain and the deepest sense of loss. Casting their cares on you, may they know the gentleness of your presence and the consolation of your love. Lord of the bereaved, hear our prayer. We pray for the members of the royal family, for wisdom and discernment as they discharge their responsibilities in the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the world. Lord, we commend to you Elizabeth, our Queen, the members of the royal family, and all who exercise power and authority in our nation. Enrich them with your grace, that we may be governed with wisdom and godliness, so that in love for you and service to each other, we may each bring our gifts to serve the common good. Lord of the nations, hear our prayer. Diana was not alone in losing her young life tragically. We remember too her friend Dodi Fayed and his family, Henri Paul, and all for whom today's service rekindles memories of grief untimely born. Lord, in certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, we commend to you all who have lost loved ones in tragic circumstances. Give them comfort, renew their faith, and strengthen them in the weeks and months ahead. Lord of the broken-hearted, hear our prayer. The Princess will be especially missed by the many charities with which she identified herself. We recall those precious images, the affectionate cuddle of children in hospital, her relationship with Mother Teresa, whose death we also remember today, that touch of the young man dying of AIDS, her compassion for those maimed through the evil of landmines, and many, many, many more. Lord, we pray for all who are weak, poor, and powerless in this country and throughout the world. The sick, among them Trevor Rees-Jones, the maimed, and all whose lives are damaged. We thank you for the way that Diana became a beacon of hope and a source of strength for so many. We commend to you all those charities that she supported. Strengthen the resolve of those who worked for them to continue the good work begun with her. Lord of the suffering, hear our prayer. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love. As we reflect on the princess's compassion for others, we pray that we too may be inspired to serve as she served. Lord, we thank you for Diana's commitment to others. Give us the same compassion and commitment. Give us a steadfast heart, which no unworthy thought can drag down, an unconquered heart, which no tribulation can wear out, an upright heart, which no unworthy purpose can tempt aside. Grant us, O Lord, understanding to know you, diligence to seek you, wisdom to find you, and a faithfulness that may bring us to your eternal kingdom. Lord of the compassionate, hear our prayer.
I would be true, for there are those that trust me. I would be pure, for there are those that care. I would be strong, for there is much to suffer. I would be brave, for there is much to dare. I would be full of friendless. I would forget thy gift. I would be I would look on love and live.
Therefore, confident in the love and mercy of God, holding a living faith in God's mighty resurrection power, we, the congregation here, those in the streets outside, and the millions around the world, join one another and the hosts of heaven as we say together in whatever language we may choose, the prayer which Jesus taught us, saying together, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The God of peace, who brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of the sheep, make you perfect in every good work to do his will. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and all you love, now and forevermore. Amen.
We will now hear the commendation
Let us
by
commend our
Reverend
sister
Wesley
Diana
Carr.
to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer. Diana, our companion in faith and sister in Christ, we entrust you to God. Go forth from this world in the love of the Father who created you, in the mercy of Jesus Christ who died for you, in the power of the Holy Spirit who strengthens you. At one with all the faithful, living and departed, may you rest in peace and rise in glory, where grief and misery are banished, and light and joy evermore abide. Amen.
As you saw moments ago now, the cortege was taken to the west end of the church where the Welsh Guards halted, and for that minute, when they stood there, the entire nation observed that moment of silence broken by the Abbey bells ringing.
This is an extraordinary thing, Catherine. I don't recall ever seeing, especially at a time of mourning, applause for a passing hearse. The public here was able to participate in this service to an extraordinary degree. The service was audible on loudspeakers. It was visible on the giant screens that you saw in Hyde Park. And you could see in the pictures that people were singing along with the hymns, that they were participating in the prayers when they came, so that they can say that they very much attended this.
Well, David Lee Miller was out in Hyde Park where those giant television screens were with the citizens. David?
Catherine, people here were visibly moved. Many people were crying, and I don't think they have ever seen anything like this in this park before. It was truly a moving and incredible scene. There were times during the service itself that the crowd began to applaud, in particular when Princess Diana's brother, Earl Spencer, criticized the paparazzi. People here immediately responded. They also responded with applause when Earl Spencer mentioned the fact that Diana didn't need a title, a royal title, to do her good work. People were very, very moved by his words. They were also greatly moved by Elton John. They were standing on their feet when he sang. They were standing, and when the song ended, I don't think there was a dry eye in Hyde Park. The highlight of the service for many of these people, though, was undoubtedly Earl Spencer, and I think a lot of people here agreed with many of the things he had to say. Catherine?
Thanks, David. And Britt, he actually said something else that I thought was very interesting. He was talking about the boys, the sons, and he said, "We, your blood family, we will help take care of these boys. We want them to experience life, to arm them spiritually and emotionally as you would have wanted."
Well, between that...
Very express remarks to the royal family.
Exactly, and the comment about her not needing a title. She had wanted to hang on to the ability to be called Her Royal Highness, and that was taken from her in the settlement. And so while she retained the title Princess of Wales, she could no longer be called Her Royal Highness. And obviously the resentment that she may have felt about that was certainly shared by her brother.
And his very tragic reference to the source of her name, the Greek huntress, and in fact became the most hunted woman in the world. It is a horrible thought and a horrible condemnation of the press.
Indeed, and it was the only time in this entire service that a single note of bitterness was heard, and it was very strong.
Yes. The hearse is beginning the trip, which will take it partway over the route traveled by the cortege. It will go back to Hyde Park Corner, and from there up to the Marble Arch and on to Althorpe Park in, let's see, it's Northamptonshire.
You can see, Catherine, the flowers being tossed at the hearse in considerable number by people along the way, and you hear again and see again the applause, an unusual reaction.
And the police, of course, have taken great steps to prepare for and protect the crowds, because this portion of the trip to return to the Spencer estate will include traveling along the A4, I believe, as well as the M1, which are major highways, and they anticipate motorways that people will continue to line these routes.
It is a journey of some 80 miles that it takes now, or at least once it gets out on the road, and our man Simon Marks knows the territory. Simon, tell us something about the trip.
The
travel down towards Westminster Abbey, and then basically it's going to head straight north through the North London suburbs towards the foot of the M1 motorway. That's one of Britain's principal north-south highways, and it'll join the M1 quite literally at the start of the motorway and head up through 15 separate junctions, completing the 77-mile journey to the Althorpe estate in Northamptonshire.
And the original intent had been that Diana be buried in the chapel there, the church there in the town, and that has now changed, Simon, as you know, to the little island at the center of this ornamental lake on the family estate.
That's correct, Britt. There's been some dispute about precisely where she should be buried. At one point it was suggested that she might be buried in the church at Great Brington, but I think considerable concern that the church would then become something of a tourist attraction and a place that the public would want to travel to 365 days a year. So the family has now decided to keep the burial within the grounds of the Spencer estate. It will be open to the public a few weeks a year, but for most of the time it's going to be closed to public viewing. So that was the final decision that came down, much to the relief of the villagers of Great Brington, who were very concerned about the prospect of their small village, quite literally, being put on the map all over the world.
And I suspect, sensing or fearing that the church might in effect be sacked by souvenir hunters who might come there to see Diana's resting place. And I think a feeling as well in the family that they wanted to have a quiet place where her sons could go and pay their respects when they're there and whenever they cared to.
That's absolutely correct. I think that was a key element in the decision-making process.
But this is certainly another major break with tradition that we have seen. The family chapel there at the Church of St. Mary the Virgin was built for the Spencers in 1516. And of course, some of the people in Great Britain were saddened that Diana could not be buried next to her father because they were very, very close. And of course, he is buried there in the chapel.
You know, there's an American connection with that place and that family estate because George Washington's great-great-great-grandfather Lawrence, we are told, is buried there. Now, I don't even want to imagine how far back that goes.
Yes, Lawrence Washington, and actually lies at Althorpe.
Yes, on the estate.
But in fact, the decision not to bury her in the chapel, but on the park, once you see the location, there is this small island inside the ornamental pond, and over the years, various members of the royal family on this estate, as well as the Spencers, have planted the oak trees that surround the area. It's a small island where Diana used to play as a child. And certainly both of her sons have already been there, and it's an extraordinarily beautiful spot.
As viewers could have seen in that shot, we had an excellent view of the exterior there at Westminster Abbey, and as the casket was brought in and taken out, and it was obvious from the struggle that you could see that those strapping Welsh guards had with it, that it was heavy. And the reason for that is that it is lined with lead and is estimated to weigh some 560 pounds, which is not too great an amount for 8 big guys to lift, but it's not easy to wield gracefully and easily. And you could see as they bore it on their arms and shoulders and reaching across with arms around each other's shoulders, that was no small feat they were undertaking there. And I imagine that those guys are very glad that their part of today's duty is over and they did not drop a single petal, let alone a single flower. thinking about the remarks of Earl Charles Spencer, Diana's brother, the expressions of great bitterness toward the press and the photographers in particular, how this will affect those boys, particularly William, who is said already to have a very strong disdain for the news media. And as his moment approaches and as he gets older and as the prospect of his being the future king comes more into focus, he is going to be more, not less, in the public eye. And it strikes me that it may add to the difficulties he will have in adjusting if he carries with him, as it would be entirely understandable if he did, the feeling that these were the people who, to some degree or another, were his mother's assassins.
Well, he has made that clear in talking about the press, certainly the paparazzi and the tabloid press having blood on their hands. He made that remark after she died, and he said specifically in his tribute he would protect the boys from a similar fate. And I think that referenced a life being pursued by the media, certainly.
There has been, Catherine, comparisons drawn between the ability that the Clintons have shown to keep Chelsea Clinton shrouded largely from public view and away from unwanted press attention. But this is a different atmosphere. A member of the royal family has no duties, as such, no official duties. It is not possible to draw the line of distinction that one can draw with an American family in public life, or even, for that matter, for a British one, such as Prime Minister Blair and his family, between the public figure who is at the head of the family and perhaps the spouse to some degree or another, and the children. You are a public figure if you're royalty by virtue of your birth and from your birth. And to say you're going to be shielded, or you hope to be shielded from public view and from the depredations of the paparazzi, is an understandable wish. But one wonders if it's possible without leading a life of utter seclusion.
Well, and in fact, when the royal family sees as their duty ongoing, continuing relationship with the public.
The part of the function of the royal family, obviously, is to give expression symbolically to the nation's sentiments, to be symbols of the nation, to be symbols of nationhood, and that is something that the Brits have really perfected through centuries. Speaking of the Clintons, Mrs. Clinton now leaving Westminster Abbey, and so much ceremonial activity, public ceremonial activity, is part of their duty that that one wonders how you shield Prince William from it. We want to note that some of our Fox stations may be cutting away shortly, but Fox News will continue its coverage of the funeral of Princess Diana.
As we watch the hearse continue on its way, the Queen was criticized so roundly for not showing emotion in the days immediately following Diana's death, and then somewhat in her remarks last night that she did not seem upset or to emote. But in fact, those who watched her inside Westminster said apparently she had handkerchief in hand and looked, quote, utterly distraught.
It must be very hard for her, coming from a generation and a time in which, in the royal family in particular, and in Britain more generally, there was a great premium, and pride was placed on, and pride taken in reserve,
yes,
in dignity, in not wearing one's heart on one's sleeve, in always being in control. And she seems to find herself now in the midst of a new age when open expressions, public expressions of emotion are deemed not only appropriate from leaders around the world and politicians around the world, but necessary.
Yes.
The ability to do that and thereby give voice and expression to what may be the feelings of a nation. You know, I covered the White House for a time, and it was clear from doing that part of the duty of a president of the United States, for example, is to be a kind of national chaplain in times of trouble, and to find a way to express the emotions that are being felt by large segments of the populace.
Well, and in fact, we watched as Bob Dole had that very difficulty when confronting Bill Clinton, an older generation who was out-politicked, if you would, certainly, by President Clinton. And Prince Charles has found himself, I would say, in the same boat. He was raised still at a time, and we saw him then outmaneuvered, if you will, by Princess Diana, who adapted so quickly, and of course was never brought up in that environment.
In some sense, they must have wondered, the royal family must have wondered what had hit them when that marriage began to sour and difficult times arose, and it became necessary for them to extricate themselves from their bond with the Spencer family and with Diana. And accustomed as they must have been to being able to determine the terms of such things, they found that their terms were not going to be accepted, and moreover that the person in this fairy tale story who had captured the public's imagination was not Prince Charles, but Princess Diana, and how.
Yes.
And that public sentiment turned in her favor when that occurred, and they were never able to exercise the kind of will and sort of rule that they were accustomed to. We're coming up now in just a few seconds on the time when some of our Fox stations may indeed be breaking away, but viewers should know that for those that don't, that our Fox News coverage of the funeral of Princess Diana and its immediate aftermath will continue. The London police urged people, warned people that there you see a sense of how far away from the center of things and how far away from the original cortege route people had gathered in such numbers, and warned people not to bring their children, fearing that perhaps there would be a crushing crowd, a security problem perhaps. But one thing we have seen plenty of today along this parade route is children.
Yes.
And very much participating. Perhaps reflecting an era, you see John Major leaving Westminster Abbey when people shielded their children from events of this kind. A more modern generation of parents perhaps feels that children should participate.
Well, actually, it was interesting that Princess Diana supported that notion and, in fact, worked with a group. I think participated. It wasn't putting together a book, but was very supportive that had children going through this process and understanding the grieving process in a way that certainly was not done in the past. Simon Marks, Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing now.
Well, Catherine, at the moment, the cortege is effectively heading directly north through some of the back streets of London. This route was altered by Buckingham Palace to allow the maximum number of people possible to pay their respects to Princess Diana, and very shortly it is going to pass the Regent's Park Mosque, where, of course, funeral services were held for Dodi Fayed last Sunday. Clearly, that's going to be an extraordinary moment as the cortege passes there and then heads up the Finchley Road through an area called Swiss Cottage towards the M1 motorway.
Simon, you mentioned Dodi Fayed, and in fact, the gravesite has been described as small, quiet, a rural village outside of London, but there at that site, there has been a gathering of mourners and flowers and candles, many coming to mourn on a smaller scale, but a very similar fashion.
Look at this outpouring of flowers tossed onto the hearse, many falling off, of course. But look at this, remarkable. And of course, in the back, in some of the other pictures, you could see that this great crowd swells and falls in behind the procession as it goes along.
Past the Regent's Park Mosque on the right-hand side of the street in just a moment.
Our colleague Shepard Smith is standing by out among the crowd. Shep?
We're in Hyde Park here, where thousands have gone to the street side in the last few minutes to watch as the hearse travels by here along Hyde Park. An incredible scene in this enormous place, in this sea of people some hour ago. The emotions have been swelling, certainly, since we arrived a week ago, and certainly climaxed, I believe, this afternoon, building through some poignant speeches, and certainly when the brother of Diana spoke, and none more so, I believe, than when Elton John sang. That was something which we have learned over the past few days here, was something to which the people here were looking forward with great anticipation. There had been some degree of talk about the lyrics and the fact that she was England's Rose as opposed to the United Kingdom's Rose, but that faded very quickly. And as he sat behind the piano there inside Westminster Abbey and they watched on the giant screens from this park, literally tens of thousands of people who had poured from the streets here and onto the wet grass just a few blocks away, really. It was quite striking, the feeling which we got here as the media stood and listened, all speaking in French and Italian and German, broadcasting around the world, and as Elton John spoke or sang, not one eye, I believe, was dry on this platform of the hard and cold media, and certainly not in the crowd behind me. It was quite amazing to think how united this group was in admiring and looking toward a woman who personified so much charitability and humility and understanding and love. It was a very powerful moment. I am confident there is not a person who sat in Hyde Park today who will ever be able to forget this moment. I know that certainly I will not. There are days when work is difficult, and there are days when you feel sort of honored to be a part of it all, and this was one of the latter.
You know, Shep, as I was listening, Catherine and I were sitting here listening to the service and watching it, I thought to myself that song sung by Elton John, which is a sort of a touching song anyway, was made immensely more so by this occasion. But if that weren't enough for someone who was trying to get through watching this with a dry eye, then came the famous melody, the Londonderry, or Derry is County Derry Air, which many people around the world know as the tune to Danny Boy, a song which embodies all of the emotion we come to associate with the Irish people, and is almost a three-handkerchief affair by itself. And it seemed to me that if anybody was trying to get through watching this ceremony without having their emotions tugged very strongly, the combination of those two tunes would take care of that.
And a bit of irony as well. Excuse me,
I don't
Chef.
think it was possible to here. No, go right ahead, Catherine. I'm sorry.
Now, I was just going to add a bit of a very sad irony that Candle in the Wind was his tribute to Marilyn Monroe, written by Elton John's songwriting partner, but Bernie and Elton John, and she died at 36. It has now been rewritten for Princess Diana, and who died as well at 36.
It was thought, part of that is, I believe, that the fact that even Marilyn Monroe, when she died, there was such a sense of unity following that. And today, as people sat by the thousands and had come from across the country just to feel the spirit here, you could certainly watch it on television, as many millions are in the United States. But to be here and feel it and to be part of this experience is, I'm sure, what drew so many. And as they all sat crying in the grass behind me, I was touched by a sense of unity and the thought that, in fact, there were more than 2 billion people, it's estimated, all united in thought, at least, if not for this woman, certainly for the ideas which she embodied, the idea of charitability and strength and humility and concern for those less fortunate. And all together we came at this moment for this woman, and it was powerful beyond words.
Yeah, the 2 billion, I guess estimates of the television audience have ranged upwards to 2.5 billion, which is extraordinary.
Thanks, Shep. We have with us now Richard Stott again, joined us earlier, a columnist with The News of the World. Richard, we heard the remarks of Earl Spencer, where he particularly pointed out the paparazzi, the media, the effect on Diana's 2 sons, on Prince William and Prince Harry. What sort of legacy do you think they're receiving from all of this?
Well, I think that Earl Spencer's attack was understandable and was rather expected. If only life was as easy and as simple as just blaming the media and the paparazzi, because it isn't. Diana was the most famous woman in the world, and because of all the qualities that he spelt out in an extremely moving address, and all those people that were both in the Abbey and outside were here as a tribute to her compassion. And if you are the most famous woman in the world, and if you have touched so many hearts as she did, then you are going to get pursued by paparazzi. On the Prince William and Harry pledge that he would give them as much privacy as he possibly could, I think that he is pushing at an open door there. I think that all the British newspapers, at any rate, will give William and Harry all the time that they need and all the space of privacy that they require to get over this most dreadful tragedy of the loss of their mother.
But Richard, how long will that last? That will last a decent interval, perhaps, but ultimately they're going to be in the public eye, aren't they?
Inevitably, because he is eventually likely to be the king after Prince Charles. He has got 3 more years at Eton College, and already there is a self-imposed ban of any coverage at all of Prince William at Eton, and that has held very well within the British press. But the problem is not going to be the British press. The problem is going to be the foreign press, and as it always has been, the British press has undoubtedly been guilty of some excesses, and there is no doubt about that, and there's no point in trying to say that we haven't been. But the vast majority of it is caused by foreign publications, particularly Italian, German, French, and quite frequently in America as well.
And Richard, it's fair to say, isn't it, that as intense as the coverage of Diana may have been, and as unwelcome as she felt it was much of the time, isn't it true that it was very favorable coverage indeed?
Yes, I mean, most newspapers instinctively took her side over the breakup of the marriage with Prince Charles. She was, as I said earlier, the royal family, really. And as you only got to look at the enormous amounts of crowds coming out today, these people were seeing somebody who was their Queen of Hearts. And they were here for her, and they weren't here for the royal family. And that is largely a reflection of what has been appearing in the newspapers.
Now, Richard, what has to happen now for the royal family to be restored, if it can, to the full good graces of the British people? There was a survey, one public opinion survey showed some time ago, some months ago, I guess, that support for the monarchy for the first time in history, I suppose, had dropped below 50%. That was unheard of.
Yes, it was, and that must have been an extremely worrying opinion poll for the Queen and her family. What will happen now is that there will be a period of retrenchment by the newspapers. The coverage of the royal family will fall off. It was likely to fall off anyway because, quite honestly, the star of the constellation was Diana, and there aren't too many stars in there. There will be no coverage of William and Harry, or very little, unless there's something very unforeseen. The one remaining aspect of the royal family that is of interest both here and abroad is the relationship between Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles, and that one will certainly go on hold for the time being as well. So I think what you're going to get is a period now where they drop out of view for some time, and that may bring them back into some kind of popularity. But the Queen has got a serious problem inasmuch as in Earl Spencer's speech, apart from attacking the press, there were some pretty unveiled remarks about the royal family, and particularly the remark where he said she didn't need a royal title. And that was a straightforward dig at the removal of the title Her Royal Highness.
This is quite an extraordinary picture now that we now see with this hearse increasingly covered now with the flowers that have been tossed from the crowd out onto it as it goes by. A remarkable sight.
This path the hearse is taking is something that, sadly was very familiar. The area where Diana lived when she was in London prior to her marriage, the place where she taught kindergarten, that is passed through that area, and now heading on out toward the highway, which of course she traveled many times as she would vacation at Althorpe Park. Richard, what about the training of Prince William? Obviously, as he reaches a certain age, he really begins to undergo more and more instruction by the royal family, doesn't he?
Yes, the problem with this is that if Prince William is taught just alone by the royal family, that what we will have is inevitably a retreat back into the rather more solitary, standoffish approach that the royal family had adopted before the arrival of Diana. That instinctively was something that she was against.
And that actually was something that Earl Spencer also addressed.
Yes. What I would see now, the person who I think will emerge as extremely crucial here is the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, who over the past week has been gently guiding the royal family as to how they should approach their return to public life as they did yesterday. And the hand of Tony Blair and his team was there all the way through it. And I think that the Prime Minister will become a crucial person over the next 3-5 years in the schooling of Prince William and how the future of the monarchy is going to develop. And I think he'll do it together with Prince Charles, who listens to Tony Blair.
Well, it will be very interesting to see the extent of participation by the Spencers in a very public way with both of the sons, because he certainly, Earl Spencer, was talking about that, the spiritual and emotional development of the children and wanting to see them experience life as their mother would have wished.
As we see these remarkable shots of the hearse bombarded with flowers, so much so that the driver has periodically turned on the windshield wipers to prevent his view being obstructed. It's worth noting, Catherine, that these pictures, many of them have been courtesy of our sister network, Sky News, and I can't tell you how grateful we all feel to Sky for not only for the pictures they provided us for our coverage at Fox News Today, but also for all the support and help that we've gotten from them in the days that we've been here. It has been remarkable, and we are most grateful for it indeed. They do very fine work, and we're very glad to be able to help ourselves to it.
You can see the hearse, the motorcade, having to slow down because of the people stepping into the roadway. This is something the police had been concerned about after the official procession and the funeral itself had taken place, trying to control the millions of people. We don't know how many may be waiting outside the city, but certainly they talked about 4 million in the central city of London itself.
You know, it is remarkable how well the crowd behaves, though. It seems to basically back away. The police seem to be relatively few in number out on this part of the route, despite the enormous numbers of people out there. And people seem to be, the spirits seem to be good. The cooperation seems to be fine. I rather suspect that it's nerve-wracking, though, I wouldn't want to be the person in charge of security on all of this, though. It must drive me nuts.
Well, certainly you talk about security, and it made me think about Lord Mountbatten, who died on his fishing boat as a result of an IRA terrorist attack. But in fact, some of the comments that we heard coming out of Ireland, both north and south, was the unity that those people were experiencing as a result of Princess Diana's death. That, again, the grieving across that nation, divided in other ways, brought them together on this day.
Well, and even if someone had had a mind to use this crowded London as a target today, the public revulsion at it would have been so great that I think that the IRA, if it were the IRA, would have been very foolish indeed to do anything on this day, and particularly, of course, in the midst of a ceasefire, which is the prelude to talks. So I think that while I'm sure the security authorities here in London were very worried about that, as they always are, the chances of that were less than one might have feared.
Well, certainly for so many reasons, and we've been talking today that many recognize Princess Diana as an individual and not so much as a royal, and targeting someone or a day, in fact, that celebrates in many ways her compassion and her love and charitable works and the rest of this might not be such a concern. You can see the motorcade beginning to move away from what would seem to be central London, the outskirts, where it will pick up the A4 to the M1 motorway. As you said, then be well on its way in the 78 to 80 miles to Althorpe Park. Simon Marks rejoins us now. Simon, can you give us an idea of where in the city the motorcade is?
I can indeed, Catherine. In fact, these are the very suburbs in which I was raised here in London. We're in the northwest of the city. We've travelled up the Finchley Road, and now we're heading to a place called Brent Cross, which is at the foot of the M1 motorway. We should be able to see what was, for a long while, a very significant landmark here in London, a place called the Brent Cross Shopping Centre, which was one of Britain's first American-style shopping malls, opened in the early 1970s.
Oh dear.
People used to travel to that part of London from all over Britain to visit it. And what strikes me looking at these pictures is just the amazing proximity that the people of these North London suburbs have to the cortege. I mean, they're not being held back at all, really being allowed to get extraordinarily close. It looks as though virtually everyone living out there has turned out for this.
Look at that, Simon, with the windshield wipers. I never saw anything like that in my life.
We're probably about 10 miles north of the centre of London now. So a considerable portion of the journey still ahead. I would think the cortege will be reaching the foot of the motorway within the next 5 or 6 minutes.
Simon, in terms of those who will then go from Westminster Abbey to Althorpe Park for the burial there at the lake, how many members of the royal family are anticipated to attend the burial services themselves?
Certainly Prince Charles and Prince William and Prince Harry. Those are the immediate members of the family that we know are going to be in attendance. And also clearly members of Princess Diana's immediate family, who of course will be there, the two sisters that we heard make those very emotional readings in Westminster Abbey, and her mother, and of course her brother, Charles Earl Spencer.
Because it's anticipated, I believe, that the Queen and Prince Philip would return to Buckingham Palace and the Queen Mum to Clarence House.
That's correct. And to pick up on something else that Earl Spencer was saying in the Abbey, I think one of the underlying subtexts of what we've seen here today is the development of quite a considerable rift between the Spencer family and the royal family. One phrase that Earl Spencer used in his tribute to his late sister was that Diana had lived what he referred to as the most bizarre life imaginable, which was just one of several parts of the speech that appeared to be clearly aimed at the lifestyle that the royal family had imposed upon her. And the fact that the principal members of the royal family don't seem to be travelling to Althorpe would suggest that that rift is now very, very real.
As that hearse draws ever farther away from the center of London, people gathered here are obviously beginning to move away themselves, and our colleague David Lee Miller, who is based here in London for Fox News, has been out with them today. And David, we'd like to hear any final thoughts you have about the people, the reaction, and the day.
It's obviously a day that no one is going to forget. No one that was here today or watched this on television will forget. In the immediate future now, I think all eyes are very much going to be on Prince Charles. Even today, he was under a great deal of scrutiny. There were those who suggested if he cried, he would be labeled a hypocrite, and if he kept his stiff British upper lip, he would be labeled unemotional. I think ultimately, people are going to decide how they feel about Prince Charles based on how he raises these two boys. I think it's a great deal more difficult to be a good single parent than the heir to the British throne. And I think ultimately that is how the people here will decide how they feel about the future monarch. Britt?
David, thanks very much. Catherine, it gives you a sense that while we all might think of the royals as people who live in privilege and spend their time hunting and playing polo and leading a great life of incomparable wealth and splendor, that situation described by David where Prince Charles was going to be criticized if he went one way and criticized if he went the other, suggests that being a royal can be, and being a potential monarch can be very difficult indeed.
Well, in fact, many people praise the stand he took this week when it was the discussion about both the Union Jack being replacing the Royal Standard and coming down at Buckingham Palace to half staff, and some of the other decisions where the Queen seemed to be pushing for protocol to lead the day, pushing to stick by the rules, that in fact Charles, many said, finally stood up to his mother and began to push back.
There was some terrific stuff in the press about that. It was stories about Charles standing up to his mother and father for the first time, said one account, and demanding that they go back to London and that they change the way all this was going to be done. And of course, it makes a great melodramatic story to think of Prince Charles doing that for the first time, if indeed it was the first time. The only thing about the story that bothers you is you wonder how anybody knew that and how it got to the newspapers, and whether it wasn't a matter of a bit of frothy exuberance on the part of some of our journalistic colleagues. That was one of those stories that I read in one place and did not see anywhere else. And I've always had the sense about exclusive stories that you don't want them to remain exclusive. And you wonder about the ones that do. But it makes but
it also relates to what we were saying earlier, that it seems he is listening to Prime Minister Tony Blair, and that he has built a relationship with him, as has Blair with the royal family. And certainly there would be some influence there that we might be reading about.
A few final thoughts in order from you and me, Catherine. My sense about this week and what it showed was, you know, we've heard over and over again to the point where it has become a cliche that people responded to Diana because she touched their lives. I would put that rather differently. It seems to me that what we had here was a woman whose life touched people.
Well, actually, I think that was the good news here is the world was touched, and we were celebrating this week humanity, compassion, charity, and love, which in this day and time is a wonderful thing.
That will be it from us.
I'm Catherine Cryer.
And I'm Britt Hume.
Thanks for joining us.
And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
This has been a Fox News special presentation.
Welcome to Fox News special coverage. I'm Catherine Cryer.
And I'm Britt Hume.
What you're about to see is a rebroadcast of the funeral of Princess Diana. I believe that's George Michael's with him,
Michael,
the singer.
Yeah.
These are the first of a group. Sting and others are anticipated this morning as well.
As we noted earlier, of course, Elton John will sing a rewritten version of Candle in the Wind, which will begin not Goodbye Norma Jean, as we noted, but Goodbye England's Rose.
Simon, as the cortege moves down Constitution Hill, you had taken us through the arch. Can you give us a bit more of the location and what we're seeing?
Sure, we're at the back of Buckingham Palace now, heading down Constitution Hill and really getting to that part of London where most of the royal residences are located. And within a few minutes, the gun carriage is going to be passing by Clarence House, home of the Queen Mother, of course, 97 years old this year, and then St. James's Palace, where we've seen such emotional scenes this week as crowds have stood in line for between 10 and 12 hours to sign those condolence books that have been laid out for them. So really now, the gun carriage beginning to reach the heart of its journey as it heads towards Westminster Abbey.
Simon, you mentioned Clarence House, and many people will remember in 1981, that is where Princess Diana was staying just before she came out in those yards and yards of ivory silk to enter the glass carriage that took her to her wedding.
That's correct, Catherine. I mean, in many respects, this area is really Princess Diana's neighborhood. This is the area where she lived and spent an awful lot of time when she was in London, which is why, of course, as the gun carriage makes its way down Constitution Hill and the Mall, the crowds are only going to get thicker because we're heading towards the key landmarks in this city that the procession will be passing.
There you see some of the representatives of charitable groups and people that Diana had visited and who felt they had been helped by her and her charitable undertakings. As Catherine earlier noted, these people have been encouraged to come as you are, so to speak, and they are doing so.
And of course, as we approach Buckingham Palace, the question will be answered that is still hanging in the air as to whether or not Princess Diana's two sons, William and Harry, will take their place behind the gun carriage and walk the final mile from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Abbey. There will, of course, be all of those representatives from the various charities who will join the procession at that time, allowed to just come in as the gun carriage passes, but there still is a debate whether or not the sons will join the procession.
Well, based on what we've seen so far, Catherine, it would seem fairly clear that if they do, it will provoke an extraordinary reaction, and it will be fascinating to see how it goes.
I had understood in reading about this that the Queen did not want them there, and public reaction is somewhat mixed, whether or not the sons should have to grieve so publicly in that fashion. Prince Charles, of course, was 30 when he walked behind Lord Mountbatten's gun carriage in his funeral. We may be, can't see the faces here. More individuals obviously entering
Simon, how much will you be able to bail us out here?
Yeah.
Simon, who is that? Was that the sisters?
No, that's not the sisters. They haven't arrived yet, Britt. I'm not entirely sure who that was.
Well, actually, the Spencer family, I believe, won't be arriving for another 30 minutes.
In 17 seconds.
In 17 seconds.
In terms of the debate over whether Prince William and Prince Harry are going to walk behind the gun carriage, it's been said here throughout the week that Prince Charles was going to be involved. There's Tony Blair and his wife Cherie arriving. Tony Blair, who was said to be planning a very significant role for Diana during the course of his, what he hopes anyway, will be just his first term in office. She'd expressed the desire to become an ambassador of goodwill for Britain throughout the world, and it seemed as though Tony Blair was very keen for her to play that role as an ambassador for the new Britain that he's so keen to promote.
You know, Simon, this has been, I think it's fair to say, a quite deft performance by Tony Blair this week, because on the one hand, he was pressing the royal family to do the things that would respond to this public outpouring that we've seen. And on the other, he was defending the royals against the harsh criticism that they received from some quarters.
In fact, apparently there was quite a bit of consultation directly with the Queen and with Prince Charles about what to do.
Exactly, and we saw, of course, in his public remarks, his skill at expressing his feelings without losing his dignity and so on. He's been likened many times to, there's the actor Tom Conte, a familiar face on American as well as British screens. And Blair's been often likened to Bill Clinton, and I think that the comparison is quite apt, that they possess a number of the same skills, a gift for extemporaneous remarks and a sense of the ability to express emotion and in ways that seem appropriate to occasions.
Interesting to note also that Tony Blair and his wife will be lunching with the Queen and Prince Philip at Balmoral tomorrow, really being taken in to the royal fold very quickly because, of course, prior to being Prime Minister, Henry Kissinger.
There you see, I'm sorry to interrupt, Simon. You see Dr. Henry Kissinger and his wife. He has spoken quite warmly of Diana and obviously had a high regard for her. Perhaps
there's Sir Richard Attenborough.
Sir Richard Attenborough. Dr. Kissinger, doubtless as a public man, admired her skills in dealing with the press and with television.
And that's Clive James, a well-known television personality and Australian writer here in Britain, also a good friend of Diana's.
So we continue to watch the guests arrive. We were talking about the sons and whether or not they will participate. It was quite interesting that Prince Charles expressed publicly through his advisors.
Here we see the Queen, Catherine.
Ah, there she is,
leaving
yes,
Buckingham
yes.
Palace, followed by Prince Edward, her youngest son, and the Princess Royal, Princess Anne.
Well, there she is. And to what I'm sure for her is a quite welcome round of applause.
There was actually some fear when the Queen and the royal family came out for the first time at Balmoral, they might even be booed. The crowd had become so incensed that there had been no reaction from the royal family. It's just amazing how quickly that has turned around.
Indeed.
There's really the entire royal family now gathered outside Buckingham Palace. We've said that there have been some unprecedented scenes this week, and this is certainly one of them. I don't remember ever seeing anything like this before. Princess Margaret is in the middle of your picture there, standing next to Prince Andrew, the Duke of York.
It's quite a tableau, isn't it, Simon? They don't get together and pose like that too often, do they?
They certainly don't. Certainly not out in public right in front of Buckingham Palace like that. Normally when you see them at the palace, you see them gathering on a balcony to wave at their subjects beneath them. Again, perhaps an indication of the extent to which they've been forced to rethink protocol as a result of the very difficult public reaction that there's been to their initial response to Diana's death.
Simon, it's quite interesting. We haven't seen her clearly, but understand that Sarah Ferguson is also there. Someone that we haven't heard much from. Obviously, she did pay her visit to St. James Palace and to Princess Diana there. But she lost her title upon her divorce as Her Royal Highness, and that set the precedent, many say, for the Queen to also remove the title from Princess Diana after her divorce from Charles.
That's correct. You can see Sarah Ferguson there just to the right of your picture. Prince Andrew was also there with his two daughters, Princess Stephanie and Princess Eugenie. So very much this family that wants to be seen today to be together and to be grieving in public in a way in which one wonders whether they would have been grieving had the reaction to their initial response not been quite so negative. Just going back to that debate on whether, there you see Prince Andrew, the Queen, and Prince Andrew's two daughters, the Queen's two granddaughters. Going back to that debate over whether Prince William and Prince Harry were going to walk behind the gun carriage or not, it said that Prince Charles is in favour of them doing so, depending on how they had managed the sort of photo opportunity that we saw yesterday when they and the Prince took a look at the flowers that had been placed in memory of Princess Diana. They seem to handle that extremely well, so that might suggest that we will indeed see them walking behind the carriage later on.
Yes, Simon, he seemed to also make it very clear clear it was to be their choice, that they would have a real voice in all of this. But certainly with the public reaction to the two young princes, I think that the monarchy would like the public to be able to interact, to see those young men, and they have been extraordinary in the last several days, going out and meeting the public under these circumstances.
And you've really seen them, Catherine, move center stage, totally center stage in the absence of their mother, really eclipsing their father in the public's mind. Prince Charles, I think, did himself some good in the public mind by being seen with them, but all the headlines in the papers centered on the way in which William and Harry reacted to the sight of the flowers and the crowds when they reached London.
Now you see a very good look there at Sarah Ferguson, Fergie as she is universally known.
Actually, she has been caught up in a bit of, not really controversy, but has been working, of course, in the United States, and had prepared a commercial that referred to running from the paparazzi. And this commercial was to begin airing, and of course was immediately pulled upon news of the events in Paris.
She and Prince Andrew are said still to be extremely close friends, despite the difficulties in their marriage, and we'll probably see that exhibited throughout the day today.
Procession is now passing through one of the phases where, well, it's coming out of it now. The reason for that period of silence was that there are obviously microphones along the route set up to pick up the sound of the hoofs and such sounds from the crowd as may be heard. And they're not everywhere, and sometimes the sound fades a bit, as it did just then.
Actually, we've just gotten reports that police are now estimating there are about 4 million people in central London. This may be a bit smaller, it's hard to imagine, but a bit smaller than originally estimated in the last several days, because people may be afraid of access. There have been so many warnings in the last 48 hours about not using cars, not using the tube, the underground service, because of the crowds, that it may have kept some people away. But 4 million in the central city.
Now said to be 72 roads and streets said to be closed. Central London is virtually closed to motor traffic.
And of course, there's some 26,000 members of the Metropolitan Police. They're all on duty. Scotland Yard canceled all leaves. They're all on duty.
There, of course, is the Royal Standard flying above Buckingham Palace, which will come down when she departs and will be replaced, we're told, by the Union Jack, which will, in an unprecedented gesture, be flown at half-staff.
And it would seem, Britt, as though the royal family is now waiting outside the gates of Buckingham Palace for the cortege to pass by, so quite literally paying respects in a deeply personal fashion, in a way that is sure to be commented on, the length and breadth of the land.
And of course, as the cortege passes Buckingham Palace, that is when individuals will join the procession and walk behind it. And there will be an amazing array of individuals. A little girl, Holly Everson, will be joining the procession. She met Princess Diana, in fact, at one of Pavarotti's concerts. As we're continuing to see pictures here of the mourners. But this little girl was a cancer patient who was befriended by Princess Diana, and she's now, after many operations, in recovery and wanted to be here and was invited to walk behind the cortege.
The Welsh Guards there following the gun carriage with those enormous fur hats, the busbies, and they will be acting as pallbearers once the coffin reaches Westminster Abbey.
Now we see the arrival of the First Lady, Hillary Clinton of the United States. She, of course, came over from Martha's Vineyard, where she and the President had been vacationing. And as we said earlier, she was considered the appropriate representative from the United States, but also she and Princess Diana met on several occasions. And Hillary Clinton has been quoted about the princess, and apparently they enjoyed a friendship between the two of them, as well, of course, as with President Clinton himself.
This is a quite remarkable moment as the gun carriage passes the royal family standing outside Buckingham Palace to pay respects to Princess Diana. Is going to be seen by many people in Britain as the royal family making the fitting tribute to Princess Diana that perhaps they could have done earlier in the week.
Simon, I had wondered if perhaps the royal family would fall in behind the procession, but I see not.
Looks like they're heading back into Buckingham Palace, presumably to get into some limousines and then head to the Abbey.
No sign yet of the boys or the prince, is it?
No,
that's
correct.
Mistaken.
That's correct.
Which I have a feeling tells us something, that we're going to see them. I'm just guessing, of course, but we hear the skirl of a bagpipe. I wonder if that's in the crowd or where that's coming from. This was not to be any formal music accompanying this.
You see the flowers on the front of the casket, the cortege, the small grouping of flowers. You noticed a card sticking out of that, and the front of the card says Mummy, obviously from her children. As they make the turn from Buckingham Palace, it is 1 mile to Westminster Abbey. This was to have been the original length of the procession, but of course was increased to over 3 miles,
And from what
really at public demand.
Yeah, and you can see by the crowds we've seen, Catherine, that it was clearly wise for the planners to have done so, because it would have been impossible for people to have seen what in any numbers, and it would have been an unfortunate and further public reaction, it strikes me, to that.
We actually see Prince Charles and the 2 boys in another shot that looks like they may be coming out.
Earl Charles Spencer, Diana's brother, is with them.
Who, of course, is to join. There we are. There we've got the picture. So it looks like all of them will be joining the procession. I would expect. Certainly Earl Spencer was to do so, as with Prince Charles, and the boys are with them. There, of course, on the right, Prince Harry, who will be 13 in about 10 days, and Prince William there in the back at 15.
Taller than his father, it seems, and noticeably taller, it seems, than his grandfather, the Duke of Edinburgh, who just passed around his right. How unutterably sad for those 2 boys.
Princess Diana and both, she and Prince Charles have, as the world has watched, done such an extraordinary job with these 2 young men, given the difficulties they have already encountered in their life, the trouble in the marriage, the ultimate divorce. But have done such an amazing job protecting them, asking the press to let them be, to let them vacation and spend time away from the camera's eye, having to step forward so publicly at this time. For some time, though, many people have been remarking on Prince William, how much he has, well, how quickly, I guess, he has matured, that he is a very serious young man who, prior to this, already seemed to be taking the weight of the world on his shoulders.
I wonder if the owner of that dog, whose barks we could just hear, recognizes that his dog's sounds are being heard around the world. Problems
facing the monarchy and the public reaction to the royal family in the last couple of days. It is also worth remembering that Princess Diana was not trying in many ways to bring down the monarchy, that she wanted to see Prince William succeed to the throne.
And if anything, she was trying to modernize the monarchy.
Yes, and taking the children to Disneyland.
There's a close-up there, wonderful close-up of Prince William.
Yes.
It's worth noting, and we may have to do this again, Catherine, that there will be in the church, in the Abbey, no close-ups, we're told, allowed of members of the royal family during the service.
Or the Spencer family,
the
yes.
Spencer family, and that is what the British pool representing the broadcasters, has agreed to. As it's of course possible they will break that agreement, but one suspects not, so that these shots we see or have seen of the family may be the closest shots we see. Obviously a great focus and interest in this country and elsewhere on those boys.
Well, Princess Diana really made a point of bringing them out and trying as best she could to let them lead a normal life, very different from the life Prince Charles had as a child, raised as a royal and to do his duty from childhood, whereas as these young men, ate at McDonald's and were taken to Disneyland.
I thought being a Roman you didn't have to eat at McDonald's.
But she tried very hard to expose them to the broader world.
Special coverage on Fox News, Farewell to a Princess, the funeral of Princess Diana.
Volunteers now from representing many charities, I believe 101, have now come behind the princes and joined the procession as invited members of the procession on its way to Westminster Abbey.
For the benefit of viewers who may just now be joining our coverage, the five princes and the Duke of four princes,
and Earl Spencer.
And Earl Spencer. Mm-hmm. It is Prince William, Diana's elder son, Prince Harry, her younger son, the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, and Earl Charles Spencer, Diana's brother, have joined the procession as it passed, just after it passed Buckingham Palace, and they have now been joined behind them by this knot of people who, as you noted, Catherine, represent some 101 charities.
5 from each, so you've got some 500 plus people added to the procession.
Who were affected by Princess Diana and her charitable undertakings. You see now the faces, this tableau here, a sample of the emotion that the passage of this casket has evoked in the mourners along the route.
In fact, we received word that there were several mourners outside Kensington Palace.